Welcome. Following a France victory over Morocco, booking a ticket to the semifinals is Mbappe and crew. I don't think that surprises anyone. The experts like Jackson, the novices like Hugh and myself, all probably would have had France in our World Cup bracket, making at least the semifinals. So no surprise there. Hugh, hello. How are you, my friend?
I'm well. Good to be with you.
Yep. Jackson's here as well. A lot of soccer to get to. Jerry Brewer is going to join us at 4 o'clock today. He has been gallivanting the country to various different venues to report about what's been going on in the World Cup. We'll talk to him at 4 o'clock today. Pat Chun's going to join us, Hugh. That should be interesting. At 5 o'clock, the athletic director at the University of Washington. Congratulations to the women's programs at the University of Washington, winning the award as best Big Ten program. The women's side, I guess they have this new competition that we'll find out more from Pat Chun about, where you get a numerical value for how you place in each one of their sports, and the women's team won the Big Ten. When you win the Big Ten at something, that's something. That's not winning some of these conferences out there, but the win in the Big Ten is something. So we'll talk to Pat about that. The football team, the state of the football team, the state of the men's and women's basketball team. We'll talk to the AD of the UW coming up at 5 o'clock today, and then Brian Schmetzer will join us for his weekly conversation at 6 o'clock today. But Hugh, it almost feels like we're picking up right where we left off, because you and Jackson and myself left off about 21 hours ago. In the 6 o'clock hour, with the final strike of the Mariners' loss to the Marlins 2-0 last night. And you made a comment, and I'm glad you noticed it, because it's very hard for us, to do a radio show and pay close attention to what's going on in the baseball game on our television. So I just saw that Cole Young struck out. I had the volume down. You accurately mentioned that, hey, that pitch was clearly out of the zone. And what we did not know at the time, because we were on the air, was if the Mariners had any challenges or not. So you made the assumption, which I think at the time was the correct assumption, Hugh, that the Mariners were out of challenges. Because why the hell wouldn't they use a challenge on the final strike of the game? You don't get to carry them forward, but we find out, Hugh, that we were incorrect, and the Mariners actually had both challenges in that game.
It's a very simple logical deduction. You deduce it. It's called a syllogism. If he had a challenge, then he would have used it. He didn't use it, right?
Therefore, you inferred,
yes,
and I thought accurately that he did not have a challenge, but he had two of them.
Right. So everybody would have deduced that, and yet there it was. They didn't have, and I just look, and that's almost one of the things that has pissed me off more than anything. I think a lot of the stuff that's come Dan Wilson's way, there's at least an argument on his side. So I've been tempered, but this is a 0 out of 100 parts go to him on this. Is 1 out of 100. There has to be a mechanism for players. I get it. It's new. Cole Young's a young player. Undoubtedly, he grew up and never challenging umpires. But you have to have. I mean, when I was at Washington, when we wanted to go hurry up, we had a code word, bazooka. What does bazooka have to do with hurrying up? But it was just the term bazooka. Everybody, all the linemen who are tired, whatever, on their ass. You hear bazooka, you got to sprint to the line because we're going fat. We're going, NASCAR speed here, and so have some code, right? Yeah. It could be just challenge. It could be just simple as that. But you could have, when I coached kids, I always, the same letter and the same sound, I'd have an animal. It could be cheetah. Yep. Cheetah for challenge, right? Like, and you just hear that immediately. And how they don't have, and the guy on deck who's closest to him, there should be some mechanism for him. So I feel like here Cole Young had worked a 2-2 count. Had fouled off, he started 0-2, worked it to 2-2. He had just earned himself a 3-2 count with Naylor on third.
That's right.
Now, and And you know what? Hey, he gets a ball inside, he pulls it, indoors. You got a chance to tie the game, right? And so there is nobody. I mean, nobody can present to me or anybody an argument that wasn't a real flop in terms of managerial, just the mechanics of managing a baseball game. This is a slam dunk indictment on. Now, is it the end of the world? No, I mean, but did it cost them a game? Probably not. I mean, if you just play out probabilities,
Sure,
probably Mariners are going to lose. But there's no excuse for you not to give your best chance. And that was 2 balls outside.
yes.
And how Cole Young wouldn't have. There's a part of me that credited him, Dick. It's like, hey, he took it like a man. Like I'm sure at some point. Maybe his dad, maybe his little league coach says, hey, you don't ever get in the face of an umpire.
Yeah,
like,
could be trained that way.
That was ingrained in his baseball DNA. But that's not the baseball we live in now. They had a big breakdown in the mechanism.
They did. I mean, I continue to use the phrase lack of urgency to describe this baseball team. And that, again, it just showed a lack of urgency, similar to the game before, where you don't use Munoz, you're using Rucker. It just seems like a lack of urgency to do everything you possibly can to win a baseball game. And some people would call it brain dead baseball, and we've seen that from the Mariners too. I won't be that mean, but I just call it lack. I use a euphemism phrase in lack of urgency, which is pretty much the same thing as brain dead baseball team, which is pretty much the same thing as accepting failure. I mean, I'll disagree with you a little bit on the Cole Young. I thought it was he just looked defeated. He looked defeated. He looked uncompetitive as he walked away from the dish. And I'm like, even if he would have forgotten that he had a challenge, at least you would have had to look quizzically at that pitch and go, really? I mean, because that, like you said, it wasn't even close to a strike. And so this team's bothering me more than any of these Mariner teams over this era. And the era I'm talking about is 2001, when they started to get good. And they've basically won an almost 80, almost 90 games a year since 2021. And this has been the most frustrating team. They have now been shut out 8 times this year, Hugh. We are not at the All-Star break. They have been shut out 8 times. That is the second most in baseball for a team that is supposed to go to the World Series, at the very least ALCS at the beginning of the year. They've scored 1 run 12 times this year. Last year, they were only shut out 6 times the whole season in 162 games. Yeah. So they've scored 2 runs 9 times. You're talking about 29 games where you give yourself almost 0 chance to win. They are 3-26 in those games where they scored 2 runs or less. I look back at last year, they actually won 8 or 9 games last year when they scored 2 runs or less. So they were actually winning games 2-1, 2-0. This year they're losing almost every one of them, and it's just it's really bothersome to me. I mean, this team is rubbing me the wrong way, and yet I still feel. I mean, there was this tweet that was sent out yesterday to me after I was complaining about the end of the game. It just says, a sample size of almost 90 games is enough to say that the 2026 Mariners are an average team at best. Let's just accept it. We might still win the NFC South version of Major League Baseball, but a first-round exit shouldn't shock anyone. I just responded. I said, I have a really hard time disagreeing with any of this. And I'd completely buy into the statement if I hadn't seen so many other 500 Mariner teams in July just go ballistic in August and September. Then we talked about Dan Wilson at the end of seasons last year. They have a tendency to go ballistic in August and September. So I guess I got to wait to see if this team does it too.
Well, I want to respond to what you said at the onset of your comments there about a non-competitive at-bat by Cole Young.
Non-competitive walking away. I'm talking about him walking away, just walking away. Oh well, I struck out. Game's over.
All right. So if you said, okay, here's my hypothesis. He was in a non-competitive. Here's my conclusion. He was a non-competitive state of mind at the end of that.
Right.
And I say, okay, that sounds kind of indicting. Show me the evidence. Then you show me the video, and what you saw would fit that conclusion. Right. If you go preordained, like you say, okay, Am I looking? Oh yeah, that looks
Yeah.
non-competitive. But
Shoulders
there's another
shrugged,
way of
head to the
interpreting it.
head to the clouds. Like,
There's another way of interpreting.
Okay.
Because I don't believe that Cole Young, given his youth, his stature on the team, the fact that he just got perhaps slighted as an all-star at second base, that maybe he's the next runner-up. All these things he's trying to establish himself. I don't think that he was non-competitive in any fraction of any second of that at bat, including when the ball hit the mitt.
Okay.
I think that he looked up and it was like, oh my God, I just had the last out with a man on third. I could have extended the game, or
Right.
if I ran into to a ball, I could have tied this thing. My interpretation was he was disappointed. And so regardless, let's say you're right. Let's say I'm right. Those are, it doesn't matter. That is in a different conversation of, has the manager practiced and discussed a mechanism? There has to be a structure within their mechanism that in that situation that he knows we can't be in 2026 where we have two challenges left and the ball is two balls outside. There's not 1 out of 1,000 baseball fans nor baseball experts that would say that had he not tapped his helmet, it's going to a 3-2 count.
Right.
That is not
Absolutely.
in dispute. For those,
correct,
just trust us. For those who are driving, listening,
that hadn't seen
us.
the pitch,
It was absolutely outside the strike zone. It was nowhere near. So we know he should have tapped his hat. The indictment is, where are the Seattle Mariners in 2026, right before the All-Star break, in their mechanism and their methodology to get that freaking thing challenged, and so that everybody's aware and communicate it to the guy who's at the plate. In the event that he forgets.
Yep. Well, you should challenge it even if it's right down the middle. What do you got to lose?
Absolutely.
Challenge it right freaking down the middle. I mean, you should be telling Cole Young that you should challenge it regardless of where it is. 341, phone with audio coming up next.
Deals. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, fun with audio.
All right, time of fun with audio. These fun with audios they're an acquired taste, right? Something that I think funny. Hugh said a couple weeks ago, I don't think that's very funny. Some things Jackson likes, I don't like. Some things I like, Jackson doesn't like. So we're going to find out how good these are today.
These are my okay. Let's just say it then. These are my picks.
These are Jackson's picks today. These are Jackson's picks today.
Well, aren't they always?
No, I mean I'd say about 75% are usually mine.
Just some things, Dick, I don't find that are fun with audio worthy that you send.
All right. Well, let's go to it then. Hey, Hugh, did you hear that? After the England soccer team beat Mexico in Mexico City, their star player Harry Kane did a post-game interview with BBC. It was clear he did a fair amount of screaming during the match.
Well, Harry, huge congratulations. What a contest, what a win. But I just firstly wanted to ask you what's happened over there by the England goal, because there looks to be some concern.
Yeah, Jordan, my voice is gone. Hendo just fell over there. I think he's okay. Just something to do with his arm.
Okay, well, as for the performance, I think it says it all, the fact that your voice is gone. That was some contest to watch. What on earth was it like to play in?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. We had to fight. We had to find something. Yeah, I've just been sitting there. I can't really talk. But all the occasion, the team, everything against us.
I'm going to try one more question if your voice holds out. What can this do for England going forward?
Well, just look at them here. Incredible. Unbelievable support. Speechless. I can't even talk, so.
Go and rest that voice. Rest up. Thanks, Harry.
All right, Jackson, I lay down my arms. I saw that on TV live. I wasn't paying all that much attention to it, and I was like, man, this guy's got to get off the TV. This looks terrible. But in hearing it on the radio, that was pretty damn funny.
I'll tell everybody, we sometimes shorten fun with audio clips. That was about 45 seconds longer. She asked an additional longer question.
Oh, no.
So, come on, at a certain point, lady, you got to understand you shouldn't be interviewing him.
Pull the parachute, girl.
What we played was the perfect length, I think. Yeah, 3 questions. Oh, God. Okay, that was good. Well
Here
done,
I am.
Jackson.
Rock you like a Harry Kane.
There you go.
My favorite.
Hey, Hugh, did you hear that? Oh, from a very funny one to just a really sad guy. Wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is back to making more crazy social videos. Last week, he posted one that seemed to say he was about to join the Commanders. Then over the weekend, he posted a video and tagged Washington quarterback Jaden Daniels, whose video was directed towards.
You on my team now. You follow my rules. Boy, I'm a grown-ass man, boy. You gonna have to start running behind your mama, and I might believe what you talking about. But until then,
Why is it there's always the wide receiver, Hugh? Why is it the wide receiver is always the crazy... The crazy quotient in the NFL always starts with the wide receiver.
Yeah, and he's kind of entering into AB territory.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Antonio Brown,
Yes.
you almost wondered. You need to be psychologically tested because you are sounding so. I don't know, just malconstructed. He has no idea of how to fit in with the team. I mean, there's sports where you're tigers. You're solo, right? And tigers are badass. Golf, Tiger Woods, tennis players, right? And then team sports, you're lions. You're just as badass as a tiger, but you live in a pride. You have to find your social place.
Right.
And some of these guys, it's like, dude, you should not. You're not a lion. You're a tiger. You should not be playing a team sport.
No.
This guy has just
he should be running
sunk
track.
to again AB depth.
Yeah,
and that's the lowest tier.
He should be running track or doing long jump or something like that. Not being a wide receiver with on a team. All right, one more. Hey, Hugh, did you hear that? I have heard. This is good. During Tuesday night's Mets-Royals game, Sportsnet New York broadcasters Gary Cohen and Keith Hernandez, who I think are probably number one, Jackson, as far as
around there.
entertainment value in all of Major League Baseball, because they'll just talk about anything, and they have no filter, which I think is fantastic. They had this conversation about Keith Hernandez's bloodline ending.
So I want to get back to the last half inning. You were talking about burning out the line.
Yes.
I didn't think that we could leave that unattended.
Very convoluted. Jessie, my oldest, has 2 kids. She's my adopted daughter, so she's not in my line. So my brother has 2 kids, and they're in their 40s, and they're not married. I don't think they're going to have kids. My 2 in their 40s. They're not going to have kids. I won't go into one of them. How that's not going to happen. So the line is burnt. Burnt down. There's no passing down.
The line has been burnt, you.
Okay. Cauterized.
I mean, you can tell. I mean, I would just love to be on a fly on the wall in some of these family conversations that Keith has with his kids and with his nephews. It's like, come on, man, I'm freaking Keith Hernandez, for God's sake. I'm a Met great. We need to carry the line on.
Is that important to a lot of people? I mean, I understand it must be important because at certain times during certain wars, I know that they have declined to send the last.
That's right.
The last line of to war. If the
Saving
others
Private Ryan was about that.
Yes, something along. Yeah. So I get it. It's important to some people, but I don't know. I hadn't given a lot of thought.
I mean, I'm assuming that Hugh's going to be a grandpa at some point, right?
Well, I got 2 boys, so maybe if Maybe that, I don't know. Are we talking about the line? Is your line carried on if you have girls? Like,
yes, of course.
I don't even.
Yeah, it's just your lineage, your DNA carries on to the next. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't
just
know
your
how
name doesn't get
that.
carry on. No,
Yeah.
I mean I think he's talking about the bloodline, not the name Hernandez.
Okay.
He's
All
talking
right.
about the bloodline. 355 on 93.3 KJR FM. Jerry Brewer has been gallivanting the country. Let's find out where his travels have taken him and what he thinks about this whole World Cup situation next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Sports headlines at 4 o'clock brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Christian Pulisic sustained a bone bruise and a microfracture in his lower leg against Belgium. He will be out a few weeks. The Ducks' Leo Carlsson, now the highest paid player in the NHL, receiving a 5-year, $90 million deal. And number one hoops prospect in the class of 2027, Marcus Spears Jr., reclassifying and entering college this year instead. He'll play at the University of Texas. He's the son of former NFL player and current ESPN host Marcus Spears. Let's get on to Jerry Brewer right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with award-winning columnist Jerry Brewer. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet jacks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call at 425-255-0500. Now with Jerry Brewer, here's Softy and Dick.
Yes, indeed. It's Jerry Brewer time. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. My friend Eric down there at NWHS. Jerry, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. A little road weary, but good.
Oh, I bet. Oh, give everybody the Jerry Brewer itinerary over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I've been all World Cup all the time since like a couple weeks before the World Cup. But, I mean, I've been with Team USA while they were there. So, like, that made life a little bit easier. Back and forth from L.A. 3 times. Went to the Bay Area. When I was in the Bay Area, they were just like, hey, you know what? We forgot that it's the 4th of July and there's a match, and we would love for you to write about America and soccer on the 4th. So go to Philadelphia, where it was 100 degrees the day before. God. So I went to Philly. It was like extreme heat advisory, 99 degrees. And I had to like go and like, you know, go to the Rocky Steps and the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall and all that. Survived not having a heat stroke, and, you know, did that. I was there for like 25 hours, came back to Seattle, watched that awful U.S. performance in their ouster. Now I am going to Whidbey Island with the family for a day, and then
a whole day
leaving
vacation.
the family in
Wow.
Whidbey Island, driving to the airport to go to Kansas City to see Argentina and Switzerland. And then I've got Dallas next week in the semifinal, and then on my way to New York for the final.
Oh, my God.
Well, that's a lot of time on the road to think about the state of U.S. soccer and the World Cup event and festivities, as it were, and is that we're enjoying here domestically. Just kind of what's top of mind for you in all of that?
Well, I mean, I'm still, Hugh, thinking about just the fallout from the U.S. I mean, it was a political story. It was a sports story. It was a story about like our never-ending seeming battle to get relevant in men's soccer. Thinking about all that stuff, and then also like comparatively, like I'm doing a little bit of revisionist thinking. It's like, well, why did we think that this team could shock the world when you look at like how good Spain is, and they haven't even played great yet. Argentina, I mean, they flirted with losing, but you see how good they are. France looks like the Showtime Lakers on a pitch. It's ridiculous how good they are. England, Norway with Holland, and we're sitting here thinking that we could go to a final. Like, get real. Like, just because Zoltan told us that, we are a generation away from being able to win the cup, and it seems like we've always been a generation away.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's which generation is gonna finally do it. Well, was this run at all? It was specifically talking about the soccer part of it, and then we'll talk about the other things as well. But was this U.S. men's national team run a success at all, or because of the way it ended, we're going to look back on it with not very much fondness?
You know, when your kids will tell you when they were little and they'd be like, Dad, look at what I can do. Dad, look what I can do, right? And then you finally come in there and it's like, yeah, they're jumping a little higher, but like they're still not getting there, and like their head like hits the ceiling or they fall over in some awkward way, and you just kind of clap and say, good job, buddy. And then you go back to doing what you were doing. Like
Yeah.
that kind of felt like this run, right? Like I don't think as dominant as we are in general in sports, I don't think we can look at a team that just lost in the round of 16 again and say that was a success and lost in the round of 16 at home. Now, if you go back and you think about where U.S. soccer was a few years ago versus like how they've had to rebuild some things and how late Mauricio got the team and how much he kind of pushed things, like stylistically, there's some things that looked a lot better and are encouraging to me, but we wouldn't be who we are if we're, pounding our chest, talking about this was a success. Like
Right.
this was a tiny little incremental step that may lead to some success, but this was a major, major letdown.
Yeah, Jerry Brewer with us, and Jerry, you said it's always been a generation away. What I'm observing is we're getting a lot of pundits. It's like the once every 4-year cycle. We're getting pundits that are coming on. They know their soccer. They're brilliant in their knowledge, certainly exponentially more than me. And then they're asked, well, hey, is U.S. soccer close? And because they have a dog in the hunt, and it's almost like the fallacy of wishful thinking. Invariably, every one of them says, yeah, we're close. But I heard that back when Pele was in the mid 70s playing for the New York Cosmos, and in 91 when the women won it, and then you get Beckham and you get Messi, and you think all of these inflection points are going to be, okay, that's going to be the springboard. But I feel like I've been hearing this for 50 plus years, and yet, the commissioner last July comes on and he brags that they're getting 120,000 viewers per game. And they had under 1 million for the MLS championship. So I feel like this is a big boon for World Cup, because we're the host nation. But I'm just following where the evidence leads, and I don't see evidence that there's any notable increase in soccer's popularity or proficiency. So that's kind of what you said, perhaps with always been a generation, but respond to my observations over the last 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is maybe a marked difference, the last 30 years, let's say the MLS era of the U.S. versus like when we got it in 94, it was like, y'all got to start a league almost as a condition to get the World Cup, right? Like the MLS wasn't even around then. And I think this could be positive for the MLS in some way, but still we're not one of the top leagues in the world. I think we've got a couple clubs like the Sounders being one of them who have those aspirations and have been able to accomplish some things on the global stage. But as a league, it's not a league in which you want our very best who are going to play on the national team to go and shine in the MLS, and then that's going to play up on the World Cup stage, right? Like we're still, wanting people in the Premier League or La Liga or whatever to go play over there and see if you can become a star. And then the other thing is that, and I know Pulisic is wearing it big time right now, right? And he supposedly, maybe Balogun is our best player just as a striker, but I think most people, even with the poor performance, probably put Pulisic still as the best all-around player. You put him, he's just a role player internationally, right? And so we still have a team of a bunch of guys who, it's great that they're playing in these other leagues, but they're not standouts, they're not stars, and all of a sudden, you see France and you see Dembele and Mbappe and you see Haaland and you see Harry Kane and you see Messi. And yeah, Messi's in the MLS, but Messi is just just here as an investor, really, right? And you see how easy it is for him in the MLS, right? Like until we get, and it's not like we need a savior, right? Like it's like you need multiple dudes who are really significant players overseas and just burn to get us to the next level. We don't have that.
Right.
And like, we're still a good distance away from having that. And I think we saw that, like all of a sudden, like we go up in quality against a team like Belgium, who is old and didn't look good. I mean, they've been in Seattle pretty much the whole time, right? Like they didn't look good when we saw them like earlier in the tournament. And then all of a sudden, like strategically though, and their seasoning, they're able to call upon something, and they were able to break the one thing I think that the U.S. was pretty elite at early in the tournament, which was their counter press. And all of a sudden, like, it's like we have no idea what to do. And emotionally, we had no desire and no resilience to find a second way to do things. And that was pretty sad.
Well, Jerry, I can almost see that there's like a three-headed monster working against us having a soccer superstar here in the States. And I want to know kind of how you would rank these monsters that is going against it. One, the cost of playing soccer in this country, particularly for the players that are 8, 9, 10, 11 years old before they would get to that, Sounders circuit. So you got the cost. You don't have the greatest athletes playing soccer. So when you're, let's say, an 8-year-old minority kid, you don't have somebody looking up to that's 25 right now that's doing great things as an American in the sport. And then you also, and the reason for that is you don't have the money invested in the sport. Your tens of millionaires, hundreds of millionaires are all in baseball, basketball, and football. So which of those three monsters is the biggest and the hardest to slay?
I mean, I think the hardest to slay is probably a combination of just how expensive it is to play the sport if you want to stay in the States and play the sport, and the fact that we don't have peers, right? There's no Patrick Mahomes, there's no LeBron James, there's no Bryce Harper. Like, there's just not somebody to look up to and say, like, that isn't an American soccer star. And I think that hurts. It's a strange deal. And I know, and it's not as easy. I hate this, and I'd love Hugh's feedback on this because he hears it all the time. Just like when we start like trying to make these cross-sport comparisons, and like, on the surface, like you look at Holland from Norway, and he's 6'5", 220. He's got a burst. Like, it kind of reminds you of somebody on a football field. And we're kind of like, well, we got a lot of guys who are 6'5" and 220, and they can run 4 forwards, and we just need to put a soccer ball in their hands, and they're going to do it. And we do this all the time, right? Like, well, what if LeBron had played football? He would have been a this and a that. And, and what if Tony Gonzalez had focused on basketball instead of football? And like, there's a lot of nuance to these sports that we need to respect. And there's kind of a reason when you look at like soccer players, like most of them, Messi is kind of bite-sized, right? Like, if you didn't know it was Lionel Messi and you walk past him in the airport, you wouldn't probably recognize him. Mbappe, probably the same thing, right? Like, so it's not always just about like our size, speed, athleticism. The U.S. team, in fact, athletically was one of the more athletic groups, but like in terms of skill and nuance and like all of these things that are involved in the game, you could tell that like, our players are just wired differently than somebody who is playing it out in the streets in some country, likely in some poor neighborhood of some country. And they just have this pure love of the game and this feel, right? We do not have a great feel for the game. And you don't even have to know which sport it is. Like, anybody who's watched sports, you can parachute them into a situation and watch teams play and not know the names and the accolades and all that. And you could just say, hey, that guy right here, that girl right there, they got a feel for the game, right? Like, you just know it looks different than the others. And it's the same thing whenever we're on the international stage against any of the top 10, top 12 teams in the country. It's just like, well, we got some speed, we got some athleticism, we do some interesting things, but man, these people really know how to play soccer.
Yeah, Jerry Brewer with us. To answer your question, I was watching, earlier the game with France, Morocco, and just watching Mbappe. And, and look, I'm essentially a soccer neophyte. I mean, I watched it very isolated through the decades. But I just, I said to my son, that's an NFL corner right there. Or, I don't know if Mbappe has good hand-eye coordination. He's got great foot-eye coordination. We know that. But if he had the hand-eye coordination, he has a foot-eye coordination, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba. Right. And so I just think, you look at those guys, that France team, you referenced the athleticism of them. And it reminds me of this, Jerry, if you were a columnist, let's get in the Wayback Machine around 1970. Okay. And you're a columnist for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and Dick and Jackson and I are doing radio, Softy show. And you know what we'd be talking about then? We'd be talking about when USC came out, the famous Sam Cunningham game, when USC came out and played Alabama and had 560 yards of offense and blew out the Crimson Tide. You would be writing, and we would all be talking about, hey, we got to get more black players, or the black players we do, because we're going to fall behind. And I feel like, you're just watching the World Cup, France, I don't know, just eyeballing it. It looks like they got about 10 of their field players are black dudes. I know that there's a lot more black guys on all these countries that we kind of perceive Northern European being, white. So I think if I close my eyes, Jerry, and I think of a Miracle on Grass in the future, it's going to be populated by mostly black dudes, kind of for obvious reasons. So what about that? The idea that, and I know that we've got black guys on our team, obviously, but I think that if we're saying how are our best athletes going to, rise to the level we can play at this level, I think, as Dick mentioned, the cost, the money invested and what have you, somehow you got to put your focus right on how to bring more black kids into the game. Or am I missing something?
No. I mean, I think you make a really interesting point, Hugh. Let's just take it even broader and more globally and just say like the African diaspora is very dominant in this World Cup, regardless of what country, whether it's England or France or Morocco, whatever, right? You look at the team like Morocco that made it to the quarterfinals, like really interesting team, like they've had a great deal of success, and I think they've been really intentional about, in terms of their citizenship and their investment, that they've made sure that they've invested in players that are Moroccan enough. I mean, they even tried to get Yamal to play for them and not for Spain. And I think, when you think about Balogun and what we did there with a birthright citizen and competing with two other countries to have him in our system, that's something that we got to think about more. And it's not just about if you wanted to say to take African-American athletes and try to tilt them towards soccer and invest and in some cases, even change your system so that it costs them nothing, almost to play. That would take a long time to kind of continue the progress that we made, in diversifying the sport, diversifying the national team. But then I think it also takes we need to think about people who are Americans who are elsewhere, and how can that help the team, right? So it's not all this. The hard part for us is we always think that in our own system we've got enough, and if we just do it our way and we just focus on us, we will solve all problems. And I don't think, in terms of us being a real consistent global factor in men's soccer, I don't think what we're doing is enough, and we have to think even more outside the box than let's go get the best international coach to coach a national team. We have to think about that in terms of players.
Yes.
We also have to maybe think about that in terms of, like, if you had to create like a czar of our soccer federation who's going to build it from the ground up, it better not be an American person that you pick.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. A creative recruiting, I'll call it. Creating Americans out of people that are from other countries. Jerry, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you more about it next week.
All right, anytime.
You bet.
Thanks, Jerry.
Jerry Brewer joining us. We got a lot to get to coming up. Rest of the show. Brian Schmetzer is going to join us at 6 o'clock to give us his thoughts on the World Cup. More of you and myself and Jackson next on 93.3 KJR FM.
You by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Welcome back. Softy and Dick without the soft one. Hugh is here. Have no fear. Jackson is here as well. France took care of business today earlier against Morocco. Got more quarter. What do you got tomorrow, Jackson?
Tomorrow is Spain versus Belgium. We got pregame at 11:30.
Okay, pregame at 11:30. Well, Hugh, I gotta ask you. Major League Baseball is, I think, of all the sports, I think we wrap our arms around the history of Major League Baseball, the stats of Major League Baseball, the individual accomplishments of Major League Baseball, probably stronger than we do in any other sport. Would you think that's fair? The numbers are more memorable and the accomplishments maybe more?
Yeah, we were just talking about individual versus team sports, and of the team sports, baseball is the most individual.
Yes.
You're pretty much one, even your fielding opportunities, other than turning two, you're rarely, obviously there's times where you have assists and putouts, but even your fielding is generated as a individual, a shortstop, how much ground are you covering? What's your error rate? Center fielder, same, and obviously your batting. So it's mostly an individuals or in many material and significant ways, it's an individual sport.
I think that's fair. And I think largely the powers that be at Major League Baseball have done an excellent job over the last 5 years making this game more interesting to watch. The pitch clock, I think, has been phenomenal. I absolutely despised the shift. I am so glad it is gone. So I think all of those have made baseball more interesting. But what we're losing is a little bit of the history in this new analytic era. Let me give you these numbers. I don't know if you've read this story or not, and it doesn't matter if you have or not because you'll have an opinion on it one way or the other. From the turn of the century, so 1901 to 2016, 115 years, the amount of times that a pitcher was pulled with a perfect game in the sixth inning or later, okay? You get through six, perfect game. From 1901 to 2016, it happened exactly 0 times. Not one pitcher was pulled with a perfect game through 6 innings in 115 years of baseball up until 2016. From 2016 till a week ago, it had happened 3 times. So a significant increase, but still very, 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 very rare. Hugh, in the last 4 days, it has happened twice. Something that did not happen for 115 years in Major League Baseball has happened twice since this weekend. First came Yuri Perez of the Marlins in a start against the A's on Sunday. Clayton McCullough pulled Perez after 7 perfect innings and 92 pitches. He wasn't at 120. He was at 92 pitches and had 6 outs to go for a perfect game. Then, last night, Pirates right-hander Jared Jones, 6 perfect innings, 77 pitches in the game. In a scoreless game, which, by the way, the Pirates lost 3-0 after their pitcher was pulled after a perfect game. Now, a caveat to these 2 individual stories, Perez and Jones are 23 and 24 years of age, and they have both had significant injuries in their career. One had Tommy John surgery, another had an internal brace procedure. So these aren't your typical, bulletproof pitchers. But are we getting to the point now in baseball, like the NBA has been criticized a lot for load management, to the point where the NBA had to institute massive fines and potentially taking away of draft picks if teams continue to load manage their stars. And that has helped this year since they put that in. Are we to the point now where in these 162-game sports, these 82-game sports, where franchises aren't even focused on winning tonight's game? franchises are way more focused on what do we look like at the end of the season and how healthy are we at the end of the season? And is that a good trend?
Well, I do think it is different in terms of, if you go 6 innings, 77 pitches, that's a lot different than just, playing 0 or 5 minutes or something in an NBA game. Right. So I'd be curious on Jared Jones, 77 pitches. You mentioned the health concerns. How many times has he been over 77 pitches? Now, I'm sure his manager, because let's make sure we're creating a steel man, not a straw man, in terms of like what would be the argument in defense of that.
Right.
If it had to do something with, hey, he hasn't been, near or significantly over 77.
Yes, I'm looking at his game log right now. His high was 81 for the season.
81. So the manager would tell us if he was involved in this decision, like, hey, under no circumstance because we take him to 9, right? Like you could say 9 innings,
correct?
Right? Because that would likely put him, closer to 100. We just weren't willing to do that. So I agree with your point. I think that there's it's not just nostalgia. I think it's embedded in the game. These elements, the history of it. I think it's more important. DiMaggio's 56 game hitting streak is much more knowable than who has the all-time touchdown pass streak. I don't know. You think
right,
I'd know,
right?
In terms of games, right? It's just baseball. There, it's drawn to that by its nature, as again, being an individual sport. As for what they're doing with the pitchers, you'd have to tell me, hey, look, we've got a lot more data. If we're referencing 115 years, if they say we have a lot more data available, the awareness of what the cause and effect of arm problems, and we've been able to really shrink it down that if we, in this case, if he's up over 90 pitches, that his chance for an injury was going to quintuple or whatever the exponent would have been. That would be the only way that I'd kind of nod my head and say, hey, makes sense. But heck, Dick, you and I grew up in the era, like you're not yanking a guy with not just a no-hitter.
Not a no-hitter,
a perfect game. I'm curious, what about Perez and Jones? What were their comments, or was there some manifestation of frustration that we could infer?
Not that I have read.
They didn't go out. They closed them down. They didn't pull them out in the middle of an inning, right? They just didn't go out.
Correct. And it is funny though, because there was they were actually in Sacramento. The Pirates or the Marlins were in Sacramento, and the A's fans in Sacramento were audibly, because you can hear A's fans in Sacramento because there's only 5 of them. Right. And so you can audibly, they're yelling, shame, shame, shame. They actually wanted to see the perfect game against their team. And what ended up happening was the A's scored 5 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th. But the Marlins ended up winning the game 9-8 because the Marlins scored a run in the 8th inning. Now Perez, the Marlins ended up scoring a run in the against the A's at the end.
This was
And so we mentioned the pitch count of Jones. I gave you that. Perez, the Marlins pitcher, he had
92.
He was at 92. He'd gone 102. He'd gone 96. He'd gone 95. He was consistently between 93 and 102 all season long.
6 more outs.
He needed 6 more outs, man. I would think that you give him 1 more inning at least to see if he can get a perfect
goes
inning.
And has I'm just trying to.
Well, as soon as he gives up a base runner, you take him out. If that's your situation.
What if Perez goes? Okay, he's 6 outs away. Let's say he goes into the 8th and he has a 15-20 pitch inning. So now he's sitting right around 100 after 8. Man, that pressure, now you could be pushing him up 110, 115.
So the skipper's taking pressure off him, pressure off himself by taking him out the 7th instead of taking him out after 8. Yeah,
possibly. But I don't know. You're gonna have to show me that it falls off a cliff, that it's not linear, that there's a certain point where you're not just incrementally more likely to sustain an arm injury, you are
Massively, that's
exponentially,
because you're taking away
endangering your
baseball.
pitchers.
You're potentially taking away baseball history and the greatest moment of this kid's life, and probably the greatest moment he will ever have in Major League Baseball.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's my sum total. I'm just trying to
right.
see the reasoning behind it.
All right, text coming up. The AD from the University of Washington, Pat Shun's going to join us at 5 o'clock as well on 93.3 KJR FM.
bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Looking forward to our chat with Pat Chun, UW AD, coming up in about 13 minutes right here on 93.3 KJR FM. But it's time now for little testimonials. Texty, what do we got?
With only 2 seconds to challenge after a pitch, it seems unlikely the dugout or on-deck batter could say Hughes' secret word fast enough to get the batter to challenge.
I think Hughes' secret word was cheetah, right? Is that the word that you're?
I'm just giving examples. You have a quick code, and maybe you say it going to guy up to bat. I would just say I'm reverse engineering the sequence, and the sequence is unacceptable, and it displays a clear failure in the mechanism, because you can't have a guy up there and look at a ball 2 balls outside. When he had just worked a 3-2 count, it would have been a 3-2 count, and then just turn and walk away and not put your hand on your helmet. So whatever that is, yeah.
It would certainly work with a pitch that's either high or low. You could probably see that a lot better from the dugout than you could that's one inside or outside. But regardless, I mean, like we mentioned before, if a pitch is down the middle of the strike zone for strike 3 to end the game, you should still challenge it. I mean, what the hell, right?
Exactly. And I think the on-deck guy, I mean, he's got other things on his mind, obviously, but, I bet he can tell you, you're right, the perspective, you're going to know a high ball, a low ball versus an inside or an outside, but
right.
He could see, where these guys have been in baseball their entire lives. They can see where the catcher catches the ball.
What's
and
next?
they probably got a better eye than you think they would from a bad perspective.
No question. What's next?
The Mariners have taken in their manager's identity. Nothing about Dan Wilson screams encouragement or life. He sleepwalks through every game. Now the team is 2.
I agree, yet I don't see a lot of fiery managers when I look around Major League Baseball anymore. It seems like every manager has been completely neutered, Hugh. I mean, the days of Lasorda and Sparky and Lou and guys we knew by their first names, and they were mega stars with mega personalities. It has just been completely ridded from the equation in Major League Baseball, largely by analytics, and I think by the overstepping of bounds by general managers and presidents of these teams. I don't think it's a unique to Seattle situation.
Well, I think it's difficult. I think it's difficult for us as fans. I think that you look and say, for example, thought experiment. Let's suppose you had a baseball team that all took a pill, and you knew that pill was going to drop their competitiveness by 50%. So you knew they were out there not caring, not competing.
Right.
And then the other one took a pill that was going to double their competitiveness. Well, the signs of that, trying harder in baseball isn't always success. Like, you could still get shut out 2-0.
Yeah.
By on the team, on the pill that is making you try twice as hard. It's just sometimes trying harder is worse for you.
Yes.
So now there are obvious signs that you could, okay, if you're not hustling or in the field, you're not hustling down to first base. What have you?
Some of those things you can see. Yes.
Some of the, a guy's mindset in the batter's box and trying to determine, that guy doesn't really care if he gets a hit. Really? In the Major League Is that true? Are guys going up there not really? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
We got baseball experts that are a lot better equipped to comment on that than me, but I think a lot of times it's like, are we sure that they were listless? Maybe they were just bad.
It's true. That's
true.
a
difference, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just poor. They had a poor game, not a listless game. I don't know. Maybe.
All right, let's get to Pat Chun coming up right after the top of the hour. Headlines, AD from the University of Washington. Busy time over there. They had the U.S. men's national team just training over there. The UW women's sports program wins the inaugural Big Ten Women's Championship Series. We'll find out what that's all about. Ask him maybe a little bit about the Husky Hoops team. Lots of stuff coming up for Pat Chun on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Sports headlines at 5 o'clock, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Christian Pulisic sustained a bone bruise and a microfracture in his lower leg against Belgium. He will be out a few weeks. World Cup quarters kicked off today. France was tied 0-0 with Morocco at halftime. It did not end up like that. A couple of late goals for France. No problem cruising over the Moroccans. And number one hoops prospect in the class of 2027, Marcus Spears Jr., actually reclassifying to 2026. He is entering college now and will attend the University of Texas. All right, rolling into the 5 o'clock hour. Excited. My favorite song. Thank you, Jackson. Just let this roll for a minute. Let two Husky alums, Hugh Millen and Dick Fain, revel in the sounds of Bow Down to Washington as we welcome in the head of the University of Washington athletics program, Pat Chun. Pat, how are you?
It's like Christmas in July, no softie. It's doing great.
We get Christmas in July every July for a couple of weeks. It ain't bad, man. I got to be honest with you.
Nice. Yeah, I can be every bit as annoying.
Well,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, but at least I don't have to have my Kevlar vest on when I do an interview with you guys.
That's right. We'll be friendly. Yeah, we'll save the tough questions for later. I gotta ask you about what it was like to have that U.S. men's national team training up there with you. I mean, you had Christian Roldan coming back to Montlake. How did that all come together? And then how can the UW use that unprecedented worldwide advertising that you got and this city got to help you in recruiting, since you just got 42 million American eyeballs on that game?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. I actually just had a conversation with someone about this week. Was if you start back to 94, the last time the World Cup was in the United States, that literally gave the seed money to start the MLS. And then around sometime in the top 2000s, Todd Lewicki and a group decided to start the Sounders. Fast forward to our men's national championship team this past season, and it's been well documented. Our head coach, Jamie Clark, decided to do something really different in this transfer portal world of college sports that he wants to build with Washingtonians. So he's got 21 of his 28 young men on his national championship squad are from Washington, and most of them from Western Washington. And but you also have a group of young men that have spent their entire lifetime with the Sounders and have dreamt of playing for the Sounders and playing for the Huskies. And lo and behold, we got national champs. So that's the impact of the last World Cup, where I could tie that all the way to the best men's college soccer program in the country. And then fast forward, I mean, it was amazing. I mean, we've all been in this city these last couple of weeks. I think was a great reminder for Seattle who we were, who we are, and who we still could be, because there's no city in the world that did, or at least in these three countries, that hosted the World Cup like we did. And, for us, we're fortunate that the Sports Commission, that they've been extraordinary partners, and we benefited from being, I guess they called a -1 site, because FIFA made an investment. They regraded our field. We put new turf down, new sprinklers down. They built a hill for us as they regraded the field. So those are all the great things. And where this takes us, I don't know, but it's going to be pretty amazing if you can just look back on what happened the last time the U.S. hosted the World Cup.
Pat Chun with us. Pat, you referenced the women and how they were a catalyst for the MLS. Let's talk about the women this year. We're learning that the Husky women won the inaugural Big Ten Championship Series. Explain what that is. Yeah. It sounds really cool, something to celebrate, but what can you tell us about that?
So it was announced this week. We had found out that Allstate had sponsored what they're calling the Big Ten Women's Championship, which is basically awarded to the top overall performing women's athletic program. And when you look across the board I guess you start with women's soccer being the undisputed Big Ten champions, winning both the regular season and the tournament. You got, women's basketball making postseason, tennis making postseason, softball always makes postseason. Our women's track and field program essentially is a top 10 program, and we have the two best pole vaulters definitely in the NCAA, probably in the country, and maybe even the entire world on our team. So when you aggregate everything, we had different schools won national championships in different sports, but when you look at the totality of our women's program, best in the Big Ten, which is a huge statement because we believe, one, it's a preeminent sports conference in college sports, and two, it's a top women's sports conference as well. So huge honor and a real testament to all the young women that wear the W wear jerseys. A really, really great reflection of all the head coaches that we have, because obviously they recruit, train, and develop these young women, and it's just a huge honor for the University of Washington, especially in this conference being in our second year with all the challenges in college athletics. It's a really huge pride point for us.
Well, you had 8 women's teams finish in the top 25 in the country. You had 3 women's teams finish in the top 7 in the country. And we know, I know firsthand, I've known it for 20 years about the interest level in women's sports. I see it on a daily basis with the Storm. Jackson sees it on a daily basis with the Reign. So we know what the interest level in women's sports is in Seattle. How about the investment financially that you guys have at the University of Washington? Is it greater? We've seen the results, but is the investment a lot greater here than it is elsewhere?
I will tell you this, and it's this environment is challenging. Pick the sport, because it's every pick the sport is wrought with transfer portal eligibility. You name it, every sport battles with it, and our coaches and our women are just great examples to all of us. Is they find young women that want to compete at the highest level, that want the academic rigor and the prestige of a Washington degree, and they want to be pushed to be the best they can be. And history shows they can be best in the world. And it's just really a real great reflection of who our coaches are. And is our resource level where we want it to be? No, we agreed to go into this conference at a half share, and that's part of the challenge we have on an annual basis to try to mitigate that. But, we're going to continue to invest in people. And, man, the quality of coaches we have right now across the board, men and women, is, I'd argue second to none in the country.
You mentioned the half share there, and Pat Chun visiting with us. We just are learning that the Upper Campus approved that $16 million deficit for the 2027 fiscal year. Explain the current state in that regard, and should Husky fans think of this as like a bridge to 2030 when you're getting the full slice, or are these when do we see ourselves operating in the black?
Well, I think 2030 is the year we have circled, because then we'll essentially double our TV share at a minimum, and it's the byproduct of 2 of our TV partners, specifically NBC and CBS. Those 2 contracts end, and the world will be in a different place. And we honestly, it'll be interesting to see who's competing for these Big Ten rights, as now it's back-to-back years of national champions coming out of the Big Ten. When the university made the decision to go in the Big Ten, obviously it was a critical decision. I remind everybody, if we decided to go in a half share a couple of years ago, if realignment were to happen in a couple of years, there's probably going to be entry fees, no different than what Seattle is going to face relative to the Sonics, and there will probably be a reduction in distribution as well. So the value in going in when we did, obviously an important decision in the moment. And then as we try to navigate these next couple of years, I would remind everybody it was an institutional decision to go into the Big Ten, because Washington wants to compete at the highest levels. The Big Ten is the highest level of college sports. It's actually been a really, really exceptional partnership with the Big Ten to date. And but 2030 is the date that we just got to really work hard to increase all of our revenue streams. We're fortunate to have the donors we have that continue to support us at the highest levels, and work with campus to try to, get us to 2030.
UW Pat Chun joining us here on 93.3 KJR FM. And Pat, I'm reading a quote that you just delivered not long ago in an interview with the Big Ten Network. You said, "Winning is the DNA of Washington. Having success across the board is something that's critically important to us." Now, we've talked about the success you've had across the board on the women's side. We have seen the improvement in the football program, not only with the wins, but also the upcoming recruiting classes, which are ridiculous over the next couple of years. The women's basketball program incrementally improves every single season. We have not yet seen it on the men's basketball side. So talk about your level of satisfaction with where the program is and evaluate its health right now.
In totality, or men's basketball you're speaking with?
Men's basketball specifically.
Men's basketball, I would just remind everybody, I would argue it's the most broken sport in college sports. I jokingly say college basketball coaches weren't following rules even when we had rules. So it's a sport that is really, in my opinion, the hardest to get going because it is the most transient of all the sports. Rosters reset on an annual basis. So, I believe Danny, what the plan he has put together, for heading into this year, I believe it's the right plan. I know in watching Danny and how he coaches, I remind everybody that Big Ten basketball is very different than the Pac-12 we used to compete in. The Big Ten roots, and I grew up in the Big Ten, are literally Bobby Knight, Gene Katie, and Judd Heathcote. Yeah. And that manifests itself into today's game because Dusty May was when he was Michigan's coach, a Bobby Knight disciple. Matt Painter is a Gene Katie disciple, and Tom Izzo is a Judd Heathcote disciple. So it's a league that's built on a bunch of basketball coaches back in the day that were wannabe football coaches, the physical league. So we have to think differently in how we build a basketball program. That is, and the science and the math of putting a roster together, the puzzle has to fit better. Danny knows that. And, he took a very different approach in how he pieced his roster together this year. And, the challenging college sports now is he's got to microwave a team together really between now and, October. And when adversity hits, we see if that microwaving worked. And, all the things he did to try to put this roster together, we'll see how the next couple months go. But I actually have a lot more. I actually feel really good about heading into this upcoming season.
Good. Pat Chun with us, and Pat, college football has its stains too now, and the white hot fire controversy that was Brendan Sorsby and all of that. I guess is starting to, die down to some embers, but unquestionably you had some thoughts personally, professionally about all that. What would you do in some of those situations? Michigan wants to cancel volleyball games against Texas Tech. I mean, that really was far reaching. What did you learn about that? What can you impart to the athletic department and how would have you handled that had you been in some of these positions?
Well, I think it's really indicative of one of the overarching problems in college sports that we agree to these rules, and if we don't like the rules, we all can go to our local court, get temporary injunctive relief, and get eligibility restored. And that is part of the problem we have in college sports. It needs to be addressed. The only group that can help us is really Congress. Senator Cantwell in our own state and Ted Cruz are working on a bill as we speak. I'm hopeful that they can continue to put the work in to get that bill into place where it does the work it needs to do to help college sports, and then it's a whole different story if it can even get through the Senate and eventually through the House. But that to me is really it's the worst version of what our current system could be, because you had a young person there who in any other sport probably on the planet would be ineligible to play. I mean, I'm old enough we're all old enough to remember when Pete Rose got a lifetime ban. So it's like that. It's that severe it's that egregious of a penalty. But it's how it was handled is really, that's how things can get handled in college sports. If you don't like the rule, you just go to your local courts and get injunctive relief. And that's what has to change in college sports.
Well, and every time the courts look at this, I mean, Alston notably, they're looking and they're saying, hey, the players, they're not students, they are the labor, and they're protected by the antitrust laws, and all over we see college athletics ripe with horizontal price fixing in the eyes of the courts, and it seems like the institutions keep taking these batterings in the courts because it's just a fundamental view of how they view what we used to term student athletes. Now they're just the labor, and there's no collective bargaining. I mean, beyond, is it really just you just have to have Congress write an antitrust exemption, or can you see any other way around some of these problems?
Well, I think that is going to be the best way to get it done, but it's not. I don't know how probable it is, and then after that, then it's going to come down. I believe the conferences are going to have to make the governance decisions on their own because, this talk of a super league. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but you don't have to be a lawyer to know that, you can't have market power in your favor, you would trigger antitrust. So if Congress has always been the best route, and it's always been the most challenging. And then the next piece of it is our leagues are going to have to figure out what to do from a governance standpoint, because this environment is not sustainable. This, we've built a false economy in and around player acquisition. Our athletes should be compensated, but the whole environment and how we do it. I mean, I heard someone say this, there's 100 ways we could compensate our athletes, and we actually probably figured out the worst way to do it.
Pat Chun joining us, and other changes in college sports that are happening rapidly is how we determine a champion and how many teams can compete for a champion. We had 4, we went to 12. I think most people, including myself, thought the next logical step would be 16, and all of a sudden we've heard about this 24 team that you've been pretty outspoken that you're a proponent for. So talk about your positioning on that when the other side would say, hey, listen, Pat, this waters down the regular season. Why do we want 24 teams in a playoff?
Well, I think, one, I would argue that the economics of the economics in college sports have changed significantly. And there is a direct correlation with quality of team based on investment into a roster. And some programs are blessed with billionaires, plural. Some have billionaires, and a lot of us don't. So I would say, one, the economics have changed. Two, meaningful in this environment, playing in meaningful games is critically important. And I know this will challenge what the bowl system was, but I mean, the reality is the world changed the moment we legally were allowed to compensate our athletes. And I get it, for 100 years, there's been dark money or, brown bag money that has passed through college sports. And I get that. But now that we're able to compensate athletes, we got to be conscientious of, our young people want to play in meaningful games. They don't want to play in exhibition-like games. I don't think it's going to have the impact on the regular season like some people do, simply because the positioning in playoffs is critical. We see it in the NFL. The positioning in playoffs are critical. I think we were all here for a Thursday night game last fall with the Rams and the Seahawks. That was absolutely critical, and you could only wonder what would have happened if the Seahawks couldn't pull that out. So games. I think that's too broad of a brush to say that it's going to have this diametrical, negative impact on the regular season. But I do believe that growing the postseason is healthy for the sport and healthy for Washington because the entire environment has changed.
Visiting with UW AD Pat Chun and Pat, Husky fans, we enjoyed a legend for decades and decades in Bob Rondo. And when he was replaced by Tony Castricone, my sense is that he had just universal acceptance and really embracing and did a phenomenal job. Now Tony moves on. Just a thought about him, and maybe now as far as replacing, I've got a guy in mind. I don't want to mention any names, but his initials are Dick Fane. Certainly for basketball, and he had no idea I was going to say that. So I surprised him as much as you. But just a thought about Tony and the broadcast element and aspect of that.
Well, we're happy for Tony that he's moving on to the next step of his career. He had done such a good job, and he was so. It's those jobs you become a part of the athletic program. You become, you're a significant part of our team. So, Tony, because he was, so caring and such a nice guy and so committed to the work. I mean, he was respected by everybody. So he leaves shoes to fill. But as you know, Bob Rondo left shoes to fill. Those are, even though radio isn't what radio used to be, I mean, to be the voice of the Huskies, to be the voice of the Mariners. I mean, there is a historical value to that we recognize and understand the how significant a role that is. Our team's going to take a deep look at what's appropriate because the world's changing. Our conference is a little bit different now in terms of, Tony was traveling cross country basically from September all the way through March. And, we want him to actually be traveling all the way through April. And so, there's a demand with the job that we recognize. So we're going to take we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we're setting the next person up for success. And we're going to go find the best person that that can represent us and be the voice of Husky sports.
Hey, Pat, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, go Dogs. Enjoy the time off without Softy.
There we go. We'll do. We always do. Thanks,
Pat,
man.
thank you.
All right, that's Pat Jen, AD from the University of Washington. What was that? Was that $5,000 or $10,000, Hugh, that I promised you for that? I don't even remember what I put in.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. By the end of the commercial, I need to see that.
Oh, you should have seen my face when you said that. I was like, what?
I didn't. He did not know. Nor did you. That's me just having a little fun. But I do believe it. By the way.
Thanks. No, I appreciate
do
that.
think you that you would represent that Mike well and the Huskies well. So I'm pulling for you.
I appreciate that, man. Well, let's talk about some of the things that Pat threw out there. We'll do that next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back. Our thanks to UW AD Pat Chun for joining us. A plethora of topics that we talked to him about. Hugh, one thing that I thought was interesting that he threw out there was when we talked about the 2014 playoff, and I hadn't really heard it phrased like this before. And he said basically, some teams have billionaires and some don't. And that kind of raises this question with me. I mean, should college sports be baseball, where the richest owner, or in this case, the richest alum, gets to buy the best players and therefore will have the best team? Or should it be more like the NFL, where you've mentioned so many times that the ownership group of the New York Giants decided no, the NFL needs to be based on parity, and we need to have a salary cap, and it calls for the best competition if all the schools have a certain window that they can spend. And so, I mean, I think the NFL is better. I think it's a more competitive product, but I just don't know if we're going to get to that point where we have that quote unquote salary cap in this situation.
Well, I think that the more you kind of look across the landscape, the more you realize the NFL is unusual in that regard, because the Maras, first Tim Mara, they bought the New York Giants in 1925 for the exorbitant sum of $500. But Tim Mara, then Wellington Mara, and then Tim Mara, the grandson, they had a worldview that you had to share the money, that the Giants can't take more money than the Packers. And that really came to light in the 60s when the television contracts really started to rise. And so that element of socialism, if you will, pervades the NFL, and they're, at $23 billion, they are almost double the next closest league in revenue in the United States, and they're triple the revenue of the English Premier League, the premier soccer league in the world. So they're doing things right, and yet you look at how the disbanding of the Pac-12, the Pac-12 finally said, no, I want to act like a capitalist and act in our own rational self-interest, which, by the way, Notre Dame has been doing for, decades and decades, right? So act more like Notre Dame, act more acting in your self-interest. And so I look at all these models that they come up with. It's got, out the Georgias and the Ohio States and the Michigans in the top tier, they're going to get more revenue. And so everybody who has the power, by all accounts, everything I'm looking at, they're not ready to relinquish one iota of the power. None of them are inclined to think like the Maras. And so all of these models are going to have been a factor and are likely to continue to be a factor. And yeah, there's billionaires that are funding those, but how are we going to prevent? What's the proposal to prevent that? You gonna cap what Phil Knight can donate to Oregon?
I mean, that would be the only way to do it, right? But then you would there'd have to be a policing where it's, you can only, right now we have a cap on what the school can spend, but then the NIL goes up and beyond that. We've got this clearinghouse where, everything is supposed to be signed, sealed, and delivered, but who knows if it's really working that way, and what's to prevent then from Phil Knight to say, okay, well, if these are the rules now, and I can only contribute, let's just throw out a number, I can only contribute $10 million a year to the Oregon football team. Well, I'll contribute it to the math program instead, and then funny how the math program then can funnel that down to the football program.
Well, there's a lot of ways to donate by proxy. I would think
exactly.
But I'd also wonder how that could withstand antitrust law. That if you're so, because every time that the NCAA's actions have been analyzed by the courts, it's been shown to be in violation of the antitrust law. So all the models that we grew up with are essentially illegal. You know, right. Reggie Bush had a lot more value than a $1,900 scholarship check to USC, and so if you think of like a sailboat, the keel on the bottom of a sailboat that just kind of settles everything back to right. Mm-hmm. Well, it's almost like the financial, the value of the players it's the giving kind of almost like a keel makes it more level with reality. Does that make sense? Like Eric Dickerson was getting all kinds of money, ultimately from SMU, but what he was offered by the Texas Longhorns and what have you, because everybody knows, hey, wait, in a free market, his value is way more than what he'll be getting. And so it's kind of like a self-leveling process.
Right. Anything that Pat mentioned that kind of stood out to you in our 20-minute conversation?
Well, I just think the idea that all of the adults who were greedy for some, and I'm not pointing at Pat Chun. I'm just saying the institution that were run by the adults that were greedy, and as he said, there's 100 ways that they could have done it. Maybe they picked the worst out of 100.
Right.
And so through all of their failings and all of their miscalculations, the Alston case that created all of this, that they lost at initially, it was the NCAA that appealed it, not Alston.
Correct.
Alston won at the lower courts. Then it was appealed, and then the NCAA and their attorneys, fancy attorneys. I don't even want to know what the NCAAs were paying their attorneys. But they said, let's take this Supreme Court, where they promptly got trounced 9-0. And Brett Kavanaugh wrote a conjunction that basically enabled the entire structure, the entire scaffolding of all of college athletics to just come crumbling down. So they've had misguided strategy at virtually every stage, and then now they're just throwing up and they're saying, let's run to Congress and try and get an exemption from the laws that everybody else enjoys. Antitrust, when you hear the word antitrust, just take out the word trust and insert the word competition. Anti-competition, like these laws are part of the federal statute that's over 100 years old, that we all benefit from that, either as a consumer or as an employer or what have you. And so now the entire institution of college athletics is saying, because we can't manage this, let's run to Congress and have them write exemptions to federal statute. I don't know. I think it's on some level a little bit amusing, because as Pat Chun said, he was right. They chose just about the worst out of 100 to man, and so here they are.
All this talk of a super league, can the Big Ten and the SEC just take their ball and go home and just be autonomous and say, we're going to create our own league with our own rules, and the rest of you guys do whatever you want to do? You can still have your league, you can still make your money, you can do whatever you want to do, but we're going to go play over here.
They could. There's a zero-sum game in sports. Every game has a winner and has a loser. Please don't tell me about ties. Work with me. So that's not only true for one Saturday afternoon, that's true for one decade. So now you could have something a little bit off of 50%, but as a general rule, you're gonna half the teams are gonna be winning and half of them are losing. So if you create a superpower comprised of schools that have known for decades nothing but winning, let's say all of a sudden, let's just pick a random. I'll just spin the bottle. Texas.
Right.
Texas, the bottom points at Texas. Let's say Texas, all of a sudden, Sark goes to the NFL, whatever, and all of a sudden Texas just they fall completely flat. Well, I know Kansas for a 30-year period, Kansas football. Let me stress, Kansas football for 30 years was the losingest team in all the Power Four. So now all of a sudden Texas, they become the losingest team in this superstructure. Well, all the fans that have created and made Texas what it is, and the willingness to donate. What are they going to do after a decade when they're dead last? DFL in the Super League. Now, I'm not saying what happened to Texas, but if you take all the halves, put them in a conference, let them play for 10 years, at some point, about half of those teams are going to be losing teams.
That's right. That's right.
And then how does that change for them? And so right now, everybody who's got power is clinging to it. All these models of there's two here. Have you read these articles where say, hey, is Washington going to be in tier 1, or tier 2 or what have you? Because we know Ohio State will be. And then all of a sudden, how's the Huskies going to handle when Oregon gets tier 1 status and they get more revenue than Washington, because they've already been slotted into a higher tier than Washington based on what? Well, everybody who has something to say, Alabama's they're gonna try and argue for, well, based on, look at all the history, they're gonna go back to Bear Bryant. And then the teams that have just got good, Miami Hurricanes,
Indiana.
Indiana, Georgia. Georgia has a pretty good history. They won the national title in what, 81?
Yeah.
81 in there. But anyway, you follow my point on this?
Absolutely. No question. No question. It's gonna be fascinating to see how this all plays out, because it's not gonna stay the way it is. I think we know that it's going to evolve in a very short amount of time. It's just fascinating to witness how it's going to evolve. 5:41. Brian Schmetzer's going to join us at the top of the hour, talk about all the soccer action from the week, which has been there's been a lot to talk about, no question about it. I got a poll for Hugh and Jackson to throw on them coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. 547, 93.3 KJR FM. Our thanks to Pat Chun for joining us earlier, Jerry Brewer as well. Brian Schmetzer talking soccer in the next segment. And boy, oh boy, do we have a list of things to talk to Brian Schmetzer about. No question about there. There's been a few things that have happened in the soccer world over the last 72 hours or so. It kind of led me, the ouster of the U.S. men's national team, guys, led me to this Twitter poll that I put out yesterday. It has been completed. 622 entries into the Twitter poll. Now that the U.S. men's national team is out, how interested are you in the FIFA World Cup? Now, Hugh, this is not a poll for the Jackson Phelpses of the world. This is a poll for the rest of us. Because we know. So the four options are, I should say, the first one being the Jackson Phelps option of a ton. The next option, quite a bit, not much, or not at all. And I guess I was a little bit surprised at the level of optimism. I thought it would be a little bit more pessimistic. I actually thought probably not much would be the leader, followed by maybe quite a bit. And actually it was reversed. So quite a bit was 35%. Oh. Not much, 25%. A ton, 23%.
Wow.
So that's 58% of the respondents say they're going to watch at least quite a bit of the rest of this tournament, if not all of the tournament. And then only 17% said, yeah, I'm done. And of those 17%, I imagine probably half of those weren't even watching when the Americans were in anyway. They're just not soccer people. So I guess it surprised me a little bit. I thought more people, now that the U.S. that was out, Hugh, that would kind of just shut her down and say, okay, my team's no longer in it. But it looks like people are still interested. How about you? How would you answer that question?
Well, first of all, to the numbers, you'd have to first ask, is there one position that is more likely to be disproportionately represented? Are people who are done or near done, maybe they'll watch the final or something,
right?
They're just kind of checked out. Maybe that same attitude would have them checked out about whether they really want to be involved with their poll, right? Whereas the people who are soccer, the Sounder fans who may view themselves as, okay, we're the minority sport, we're trying to gain traction. Every single one might be more likely to vote in your poll.
Could be, but my Twitter followers are a different breed of cat than Jackson's Twitter followers.
Yeah,
If Jackson's if Jackson put a poll like this, it'd be probably like 80% ton and 20% quite a bit. I mean, I never tweet about soccer ever.
And moreover, I think the group of people of soccer fans who follow you, Dick, who are tweeting the absolutely I'm following it a ton, is probably equal to the group who are saying absolutely not, I'm not following it at all.
I would
for your followers,
think so.
yeah,
I would think so. I mean, I just don't. I think I tweet about soccer when the Sounders make the playoffs.
Listen, that's impressive to me because I thought for sure it was going to be U.S. lose and the interest drops off a cliff, and that's kind of like one of the things I've been coping with over these last few days. That's super encouraging, and I love to hear that casuals and people got swept up in the tournament and want to continue.
Well, I think the real test is going to be the TV ratings, right? The comparing of the TV ratings of of this year versus years past. I think more people organically probably watch it just because it is in the United States. I don't know if that makes a huge deal, other than the time zones are a lot more helpful for us to watch.
Yeah.
But I just remember in World Cups past, Hugh, I mean, I knew exactly. Like when I was traveling with the Storm, the World Cups were on, and I'm in the gym in like Detroit or Houston or whatever, and it's on. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch it. Or I'm in my hotel room. Okay, I'm gonna watch it. I didn't really watch much, but I would always watch the World Cup final. I have found myself watching a lot of this World Cup, non-U.S. games. I watched the entire first half today of the France game before I had to make my way up here. I have found myself just a lot more interested in it, and I'm not sure why. I mean, maybe because I guess the primary reason is because it touched me so close here in Seattle that I was able to experience what World Cup fever was all about, and that's probably morphed into my viewing habits.
Well, you've crested there. I think a couple things. First of all, yes, being in the United States is likely the first factor, and if it was in Qatar right now, and would have we ever had the buzz? I would suspect no.
No, unless the U.S. made the quarterfinals, then we would.
But I also think to put it in basketball terms, if the Olympic basketball tournament, if the leading scorers were Jokic for Serbia, Doncic, Giannis, SGA, right, Wemby for France. I think it has a chance, Jackson, to just retain a few more casual middle of the road fans. Is if you look at the scoring, it's Messi, it's Mbappe, it's like all of the fill in the other guys. There it seems like the top dudes, the dude from Holland, the guys that are scoring the most are the guys that everybody told us before are the Wayne Gretzky's of soccer. And so for people who know nothing about the game like me, I watched the entire France game today, mostly because I'm going to be on the radio and I thought it might come up.
Mm-hmm.
But, just kind of I'm trying to assess Mbappe. Okay, I've heard this dude and I'm seeing obviously an exquisite athlete, and skilled and what have you. And then trying to learn about what makes Messi so great, and everything that I've learned. Again, neophyte, keep emphasizing that. Know nothing, but it seems like a lot of that has to do with the way Gretzky sees. And I'll make a quick. I'll make a quick compare. Okay, we won't. We'll be. I won't make it quick.
we won't make it tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'll make a comparison between soccer players and quarterbacking. How about that?
Okay. I'm putting that in my notes. I'm not going to forget it. Promise. All right. We'll talk to Brian Schmetzer coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM. They win over Connecticut. All right, rolling into the 6 o'clock hour. Oh, love the song.
1 week, Dick. 1 week away from the return
of Sounders soccer. Love it. But it's good that we haven't had Sounders soccer, and yet we've still got to talk to our man, the head coach of Seattle Sounders FC, Brian Schmetzer, because his sport is the most prominent sport on earth right now. How are you, Coach?
I'm doing good, Dick. And look, you guys are talking. Hugh Millen's talking about being a soccer fan, so I loved the last segment. I loved everything about this entire World Cup in Seattle, and you know, your poll, I think your poll's correct. I think the World Cup has dragged a few more people to pay attention, at least, to our sport.
No, I think you're right, and it certainly worked for me. Well, let's talk about this U.S. men's national team run in the 2026 World Cup. How would you answer the question that the run in the World Cup was a blank? How would you fill in the blank of the U.S. men's national team? Not just the way it ended, but the entire run.
Yeah, well, you know me, Dick. I'm a hate-to-lose type of guy, so it certainly ended with a thud, and that took a lot of the enthusiasm out of what was, look, I'll use the word successful run. I mean, it wasn't a great run. It wasn't a horrible run. There was a lot of good moments that caught the attention of the people in the United States and hopefully people overseas, you know, the Euro snobs that don't think we can play. I thought there were some games. I thought there were some good moments in our games, but you know what? We got punched in the nose by Belgium, and it wasn't pretty. So overall, I think the World Cup is a smashing success. The play of the United States men's national team, I'd call it a success.
Well, Brian, you said it wasn't pretty. I want your coaching eyes on that game from the first 9th-minute goal from Belgium all the way until the end. What did your coaching eyes see went wrong with the U.S. in that game?
Well, it's a good question, Jackson, but I'm not going to say exactly what went wrong with the U.S. I'm actually going to flip the script a little bit. You know, Rudy Garcia, I got to know him. He's the coach of Belgium. You know, when he played a little bit more direct at the beginning of the game, you know, Courtois, their goalkeeper, was just pumping balls down the field. It bypassed the U.S. press. We had committed numbers forward, and then there was a little gap between our back line and the press higher up the field, and they collected these loose balls, and they put us under pressure, and that was, I think, the starting point of that performance. Mm-hmm. Now, we had to establish possession. Like, what we did wrong, Jackson, was we didn't establish any possession. You know, we gave some balls away, and, you know, the U.S. was really good when we had possession of the ball in our opponent's half, and then we were able to counter-press because we had numbers around the ball. And we just didn't get into that flow of the game, and that's what cost us.
Talk about what happened in the 61 seconds after the Tillman goal, because the place was going nuts. The city was going nuts, but it did not last long. And my novice eye saw all of a sudden us be like maybe overly aggressive on defense and just pushing up too hard, and it backfired. What did you see?
Well, the first 5 minutes after you score, Dick, those are the critical moments. You got to continue the momentum without, risking, but you don't want to play too passive either. I actually thought when Belgium got the ball down in our end, we had a chance to double team the guy that was crossing the ball. Trossard, he's a tremendous player, plays at Arsenal. He was having a good game, and in the box, it's life or death. So that ball was crossed, and their man went up for it. Tim Ream, I know, took a lot of abuse for not being there. He was right on him, but their guy actually made a play.
Brian, looking at this World Cup overall, you mentioned that the United States run successful. I think one of the big topics that we've been talking about over the last 3 days is where the national team program is now and goes from here, and will it grow? Can it get to the next level? I mean, we're in this run right now where it just kind of feels like you can't get back to the 2002 level of the quarterfinals. Do you see like a blockade, a tangible blockade, keeping this team from getting past the round of 16 in 4 of the last 5 of their World Cups?
Well, we're still a new sport in many ways. I think that, our country is so big. It's a complex situation. There's other sports that maybe some of our better athletes pick up other sports, but that's no excuse because, look, there's, Pulisic is a decent athlete and some of the guys we've produced. I think it's complex. My take on it would be this. If you watch the very, very top players, and Dick, you saw Mbappe score that goal today. Yeah. Well, maybe you said you had to miss the second half, but he had like about a 6-inch window. He had the vision, he saw the goal, and he had the technical ability under pressure to put a ball exactly where he wanted it to go. And so until the United States develops players that have consistent technical ability under pressure, I think we're still going to be good because we're good athletes and we got good tactics and we throw a lot of money at our sport. But in those little moments, the cream of the crop, it comes to the surface.
You mentioned Mbappe. What'd you make of the icing of the kicker by the officials for his penalty kick in the first half? Because he was clearly frustrated. He was like, "Can I kick this ball, please?" So what? I mean, and then he ended up getting it blocked by the goalie, getting saved by the goalie. So would you have been going crazy on the sidelines if they were holding your PK up guy up that long?
I would have been concerned. Yes, Dick, I would have been concerned. Look, VAR has its qualities and its benefits, but it also has, its downside as well. And Mbappe was clearly rattled. So even greatest goal scorers in this World Cup was rattled by that, and it caused him to have a not a good penalty.
So we got France in the semifinal. We're going to see if they play Spain or Belgium tomorrow. Then you got England, Norway. You got Switzerland, Argentina. If you were to redo your bracket right now, Brian, I know you said France at the very start of this thing. Are you sticking with France?
Well, I had France, and then after the first game or two, I had Argentina, and those are still my top 2 choices. But look, Argentina has put a lot of physical energy into their games. I mean, they had to go to overtime twice. They've got obviously they've got a deep squad. They've got Messi, so don't ever count them out. Some of that might catch up to teams here in the semifinals and finals. I think Norway, England is just a tremendous saga of 2 teams. Harry Kane versus Holland, and look, Spain, Belgium. I'm gonna root for my buddy Rudy Garcia. I hope Belgium gets through there. I think that would be a good matchup, Belgium-France, because I think Belgium, they started off a little bit shaky, but they're finding their footing and they're finding some good run of form.
You mentioned Norway, and, we talk about hot goalies in hockey all the time, right? In the Stanley Cup playoffs, it's like, you can ride a hot goalie all the way to the Stanley Cup finals. How long can you ride a hot goalie? Because Nyland's about as hot as it gets right now.
Well, yes, absolutely. The goalkeeping has been tremendous. Obviously, Holland is the bigger story with, scoring goals, but you need a complete performance at this stage of the game, Dick. You can't have 4 of your guys having off days. You need every single player, all 11 guys that step on the field. You need to have them play their A games, and some of those guys have been carrying their teams when there's a little mistake here, a mistake there. But as it gets down to nitty gritty, the teams that don't make any brutal mistakes, they're going to find themselves going through.
Right. Seattle Sounders FC head coach Brian Schmetzer joining us here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Brian, I want to go back to the conversation about developing better players in the United States. And I think we spent so long, Dick, what was it, about 30 minutes yesterday talking about the youth soccer system in America. Yeah. And Brian, I'd love for you to help shed light on how it works, at least for you guys there with the Sounders, when you bring in and you find and you recruit and you work kids through the academy system. If you could just kind of shed some light on how an MLS club's academy system works that brings kids in from a super, super young age and works them through the system, and how that works with families and all of that.
Well, it's a long conversation. I don't know if we have time for this segment, but I'm happy to explain it in some level of detail. We throw a lot of time and resources at that particular project, if you want to call it a project. I mean, we've had some really good success. Obviously, Obed Vargas, you had Josh Atencio, Reed, Baker Whiting. We've had, Jackson Reagan and Paul Rothrock were academy products. Earlier than that, we had DeAndre Yedlin, Jordan Morris. And it works something like this. So we have scouts that, will scout down to as low as U12, U13. They run little clinics or they run training sessions. People are able to showcase, for lack of a better word, their kids. It really doesn't get serious at our academy levels or joining the academy till they're, 14, 15 years old. And then it becomes, it's business. It's like, the kids have to perform. We pay for their schooling, their high school. We had a homestay program a while ago. That's how Obed Vargas came here. We had host families. And, you get them to go to training in the morning. They got to go to school in the afternoon or vice versa, depending on the schedule and the team and the age group. And we immerse them in soccer, and soccer the Sounder way. So when the kids come up to me on the first team level, they've already heard some of the, we never quit, Northwest grit. They've been taught the fundamentals of soccer to the best of our abilities.
Well, it seems like that you've got it covered pretty well from the teenage years up. My question is, how about the 8-year-old kid, the 9-year-old kid that parents can't afford $15,000 a year to send their kid to these elite academies or elite select league teams or what have you? How do we bridge that gap because other countries are getting that 8-year-old kid, they're playing soccer all the way through, and they've got a running start by the time they're 13, 14 years of age?
Dick, that's the problem that this country has to solve. Again, it's a massive country. And, back in the day, we used to go down to John Rogers Elementary School and we'd kick the soccer ball around, just by ourselves when we were 8, 9, 10 years old. A lot of parents don't let their kids walk down to this corner drugstore or down the street to get a candy bar or something, because it's just a little bit different. We got to drive them to practice, and the practice has to be organized. I think kids have missed out. And if you look at kids from different countries, I'm sure, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm sure in Brazil, where a lot of the skillful players come, there's still kids playing out in the street, out in the alley. They're kicking the ball whenever they can. Some of these African countries that are doing well now in the World Cup, their players don't have, a nice manicured select soccer field, where their moms and dads take them there for 2 hours. They gotta figure out stuff out on the streets. So that segment of the population that you bring up, I think we have to figure out a way how to get them more involved and give them opportunity.
Absolutely. Brian, 7 days away, 7 days from right now, I imagine you're going to be sitting in your office in the locker room, or maybe you're out on the field walking the grass pitch one final time before it goes back to turf there at Seattle Stadium. We still have to call it, right? And I'm wondering, the big question in Sounderland that I think every single Sounder fan wants to know. Everybody saw Christian Roldan pick up his injury with the United States. Do you have any information on Christian Roldan's injury status?
Yeah, I can give you this, Jackson. I like giving you guys some scoops every now and again. Look, Christian did have a quad strain that he suffered in training after one of the games in the World Cup, and he won't be available for that first game. And we've also had to give him some mental downtime as well. So between the combination of those two things, our guy's got 18 days off for the World Cup. So we're going to give Christian a little bit of time off. He's going to use that time to get away a little bit, but also rehabilitate that quad. And, that trip to, when we go to Austin and Philly, that's probably a more realistic time frame for Christian.
Gotcha. Well, I know Jackson probably wants one more on Portland coming up. I do want to ask you, speaking of injuries, I got to ask you about the heat that Christian Pulisic is taking. He and his camp, one coming out of the game, and then also, his camp made sure they made it known today in as wide a media as possible. Oh, he's got this microfracture and what have you. I think there's a lot of people rubbed the wrong way that A, he came out of the game, and B, he was so kind of nonchalant about explaining coming out of the game. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the time, everybody's emotional. And look, including myself, Dick, I was like going, what the heck? I mean, why is he coming out of the game? He got kicked. And, the medical report that came out afterwards certainly isn't solid explanation as to why and how the injury, how bad the injury was. So you got to give the kid some credit. I don't think that he wanted to come out of the game. But that was something that he had to own because look, he was the face of the national team, and with that comes that pressure to perform. And if you looked at his performance, whether it was through the injuries or whether it was through his play for the first 68 minutes against Belgium, it wasn't there.
Well, Brian, we'll let you go because we'll talk to you again before Portland, right? We'll have Brian on again before Portland, so we will talk about the Portland Bastards, and we're going to get your game plan and everything. All right.
All right. Okay, guys.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, take care. See ya.
You bet. Brian Schmetzer there with a lot on the U.S. men's national team and a little Scooby snack there, Jackson, on Christian Roldan. So, that's not great news that he won't be available for Portland.
Yeah, they have probably somebody who's going to be on the 2030 United States team, Snyder Burnell. He'll play and next to probably Hassani Dotson, but not having your engine room, not having the motor of your midfield, not having the guy who's coming off of being able to not play in the World Cup, but being on a roster for the World Cup, that really sucks, Dick. That just ruined my whole rest of the day.
Yeah, no, I bet it did. Well, I hope that this city can, their newfound love for the game, I hope it carries through the World Cup and then carries into the Sounders season because we got great soccer here with a member of the U.S. men's national team going through and hopefully all the way to the MLS Cup. We will bring Hugh Breedlove Millen back into the fold at 6:20 right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.